One.
Alright. Good afternoon. Thanks for tuning in. We are Once Upon a Roll, and we are jumping back into our Eden campaign. It has been a while, almost a month, I think. So, without further ado, let's jump into a recap. Last we left off, you guys were attending the party gathering sort of celebration in your honor for the slaying of Brilgern, the ancient white dragon. Now, going into this, you had met with Lord Sirius Feng, who kind of conspired to have this party at Nightriver's. And the reason being so that you could get in and do some reconnaissance, digging, investigation, see if there is anything real to these concerns you had that somebody may have been tipping off the children of the Scourge. And Nightriver being the one that had originally sent your group down to Frostbreath to on the mission, he had a bit of suspicion surrounding him. Long story short, you guys did end up finding a piece of paper with the names, statuses, lair locations, but very secretive information on the metallic dragons, the ancient metallic dragons of Draconia. With that paper in hand, and you guys having finished up the evening, the partygoers as well as yourselves start to head out of Nightriver's estate. At this point, it's probably the very early hours of the morning, maybe like 1, 2 a.m. perhaps. As you leave, you are showered with more thanks, displays of gratitude, and earnest farewells. So, you guys are heading out of Nightriver's estate right now, past the gates, and heading back towards the city where the inn where you know of inns to stay at for the night. But it is the four of you walking together. The direction that you're walking seems to be different than most of the others that attended this party here, so at this time of night, you have a level of privacy as you are walking through the roads back towards the inner gate that leads out to the rest of the city. Astalos, you are the one that has the note, the paper in your possession, I believe. So, what are you guys doing?
Are we already at the end, or we're on our way to it?
You're on your way to it.
So, is it really late at night, or just sort of late at night?
It's like 1 or 2 in the morning.
That is too late at night, never mind.
Yes. I definitely think we should further discuss this. somewhere safer. Maybe we could. Hmm?
Well, I was just thinking that if I had a piece of paper that I didn't take out of a place, it belonged to me, right? So that way. This is the same thing with the potato. He didn't take the potato, so I couldn't scry on the potato.
What?
They could scry on the paper. They could scry on you. You're like, well, we're talking? Like, they could be scrying right now. We wouldn't know.
You're right. Okay.
But I don't have
So,
a box. I mean, so I was like, what time is it? Maybe we can get a box. But probably not right now.
no. So what do you suggest? Do we
Well,
get a box somehow, somewhere?
I believe we used a lead box one time.
yeah, I think that's what it was. I'm not sure exactly. I think we left that with, well, somebody else.
Okay.
I think we gave that box away. But I mean, it wouldn't be too difficult to find another.
But I could hold on to it in a tree or something as a squirrel. You know, misdirection. Just go find a little hidey hole and put it in there and, just.
Hmm.
Or we could just not worry about it until the morning, because it might be fine.
Not
I
sure.
wouldn't want to bet on might be fine. Plus, it's probably something we should do now. Or can't we just copy and discard of the real paper?
That is a good idea.
We got there.
All right. Let's copy the information onto a new parchment. I mean, you did tell me to hold on to all of these for scrolls. I mean, one of these could work.
I suggest I do it. I'm pretty good at copying things down. I know it's not that difficult, but I'm pretty quick.
I trust you. I'm going to very sneakily hand her the paper, just like.
Very sneaky. Sure. Make a sleight of hand check. You wanted this. You're being weirdly discreet about it.
Let's see. That was an 8.
An 8? Alright.
Yeah.
You do like the... You think you're being sly, you do like the handshake transfer type thing. It would probably have been less suspicious if you just handed the piece of paper out in the open, honestly. But Era, you have the paper now. Transfer complete.
All right. Well, if you guys excuse me, I'm going to go do this elsewhere. Meet you guys back later or, wait for me over here. Anyways, I'm going to go off where I'm not visible to the rest of the group.
Okay.
I'm a little bit paranoid with how he Aslo's passed Era the paper, so I'm just going to disguise myself as like something else and then jot down and copy the paper.
All right, just in case anyone is watching, you take out, your own journalistic notebook that you write in, not any sort of like magical scroll paper, magic paper, but just your personal book, and you transcribe the draconic writings into your own notebook. So now you're left with the original and your copy on one of the pages in your book.
Could I just examine the piece of paper to see that there's nothing else I'm missing that would make it more like
Sure, make an investigation.
like any
check.
extra details? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
12. From what you see, there do seem to be like there's a bit of aging to it. Some stains maybe from the wine cellar, but as far as writing and words or symbols, nothing new. Nothing else other than what you copied.
I'll use the bracelet. Should I burn the original? Five, 4, 3,
No.
2. Okay.
She was ready to burn it. Okay.
Well, it's copied, so do I leave it here or do I just bring it back with us? Even though it's copied.
Do you think it's possible that stuff that's written on there appears somewhere else? Like, does that type of thing exist? Do you know? I'm asking Era through the bracelet.
Would that I could detect magic.
Is
It
that
doesn't-
you say? Are you
I mean, yeah,
casting a
because I
spell?
don't have anything to cast to detect them if there was like any magical properties and how it's, I guess, scribed or if writing something on it. Is that what she was asking? Is that what you're asking, Elevorn? If I write on it?
I think what she was asking is, does some type of stuff exist where if you were to write on the original, it would be like transcribed somewhere else, like magically. I write on this paper over here, and somewhere else in the world, a paper with my writing shows up with it on it. I think that's what her question was, from my understanding.
Because if that doesn't exist, you should invent that, because that would be cool.
I feel like it does exist. Anyways, to be determined. Astalos, unless you know. Anyway, we're getting go home. We can have this conversation. But on this particular piece of paper, I don't sense anything. But again, I don't have anything like detect magic at this time. Very interesting, though.
Do you have to have it prepared to ritually cast it? You do, right?
Ritually.
It is
Yeah.
a ritual spell.
Detect magic is a ritual.
Vorn, you are the best. Tell no one. I forgot about this.
Let's see. Ritually casting. It increases. Need to have it prepared. All that ritually casting it does is you increase the casting time by 10 minutes, and it doesn't consume a spell slot.
Oh, but it
But
still
you-
needs to be prepared.
It still needs to be prepared, yeah.
Well, sounds like a job for the morning. Unless?
It sounds like a job for the morning.
Sounds like a job
Aw.
for the morning.
Guys,
Unless-
didn't detect magic.
I don't
Wait.
have the spell.
I don't have it.
It sounds like a job for the bee in the morning.
So is that what happens? Like, it sounds like a job in the morning. Aaron looks to Astos, unless... Astos, yep, it sounds like a job for the morning, unless he looks to Durant.
I haven't had the pleasure.
I don't think you need to have a spell prepared exclusively as a wizard.
What do you mean?
If it's a ritual.
Exclusively as a wizard, you said.
But I think it said, hold on.
Let me see. I was just looking at the generic ritual casting rule, so let me see if there's anything specific to wizard that overrides that.
Wizard's favorite spellcaster apparently does not need to prepare ritual spells.
And you have it in your spell book. Yep, that's true. Ritual casting wizards do not need it as long as they have that in their spell book.
Wow, as a matter of fact.
On second thought, turns out it is morning.
Morning somewhere.
It's
Actually,
morning.
Our paladin has so much knowledge about the arcane.
God.
You know, why don't you just try? See what happens. Have you ever tried to cast a ritual spell that you didn't have prepared? Maybe you can. I don't know.
I have not really, I think, ever cast a ritual. My years in Eden, so this is new to me.
Another spell I have to learn. It's hard to learn spells when your whole town burns down.
What?
Don't
What?
make excuses.
Oh my God. Anyways, I'll be over here ritually casting detect magic.
Oh wait, you're clothes are on. Okay, cool. That's good.
What?
I don't know. Bask used to take off his clothes when he originally cast.
Fucking roomy. All right. And also, Air is still disguised as something else,
Yeah.
which I think that's going to go away once you start ritually casting. Pretty sure that concentration is concentration. Anyways, so you cast detect magic. It takes you 10 minutes to perform the ritual. When you do, your senses open up to the presence of the arcane. You see the familiar glows of blue-white energy around the magic items that you and the others carry. As far as the original parchment, there doesn't seem to be anything magical about it.
It's just a piece of paper.
Just a piece of paper.
It's just a piece of paper. I lost my disguise. Let's figure out what's next, guys.
Oh, it's not. So you didn't lose your thing. All right.
Guys, it's 2 a.m. I'm wacky. I don't know. I don't know what makes sense anymore. What spell does what? Do I fly? Do I die? Only if I'm in the sky.
Oh my God. So,
Right, to an end we go.
you've determined that the original sheet of paper was not magical. You have a copy of, all of the writing that you saw on it in your book.
Oh, give me the. Well, let's go back to the room, and then I had it backwards. I can scry on the paper.
Oh. All right, to your room it is then. I'm staying disguised. And I'll hold on to the piece of paper.
All right. You guys make it to, and then you walk in. It's empty. No one's here drinking at 2:33 in the morning.
Amateurs.
You guys get to your rooms, and is there anything that you guys are doing before heading to bed?
Scrying on the paper.
What are you scrying on the paper? I don't think so. You have to. What is your target? You can't just scry on an object,
Well,
because that would mean
then-
that you're looking for the object, and the object's right there.
The rest of the piece of paper.
What are you talking about?
No. Nightriver, I guess.
You're gonna scry on Nightriver? Okay.
No, actually, I'm not. Nope. No way.
Okay. Are you
They have
scrying
a
on
magical
anyone?
surveillance system within the city. I'd have to leave.
So, are you doing anything tonight?
Unless I'm confused about that. But yeah, no, I guess not.
Okay. So, you guys head to bed and get your long rest. Get back into your comfortable, normal, everyday clothing in the morning and meet up for breakfast. So, you guys are going to have a bit of downtime to go about the city itself, to do whatever it is that you wish to do. If there are any sort of items, magical or otherwise, you want to have commissioned, now would be the time. So you guys have about 2 weeks in Metchroma, as the word of Brilgern's defeat and changes a lot as far as the planning and strategy for the Air Legions and especially the Draconians. So their previous plans and ideas for how to confront the children of the Scourge has been shaken up by news of one of them being defeated. So, you guys have some time to rest, relax, or otherwise. What are you guys doing?
Well, I definitely want to have some statuettes commissioned of myself and possibly Era if she's willing.
Depends on the use, but yeah.
I mean, you
This
would
is
know.
my-
You know the spell.
I know, I'm just messing with you.
This is my Era
Of course.
doll.
No need to be embarrassed. I would want a statue of me too.
So,
I see.
so the wizards are going to spend some time posing for statuettes. I'm going to go find a nice little stonemason or artisan that specializes in carving figurines out of stone. It is certainly doable, and you guys do via word of mouth and asking people on the street and making your way through the city, find one such individual that can fulfill your requests. So, how much money do you need it to be worth? Does it specify in the spell?
Wasn't it? I think
It
it was
does.
like 1,000.
I have a couple spells too that I wanna. But let me go contingency. I don't know some of them yet, but I'm thinking about.
Well, that's something that you two could do. 1,500 gold.
Yeah.
Carved from ivory and decorated with gems.
We
Well, the
do have
gems-
some ivory, right?
You do? Yeah. You guys do.
Does that cut the cost down with commission?
Don't we have some
Uh,
gems too?
You do have some gems, yes.
Perfect. Wow.
So we just need to pay for labor costs, I hope.
Yeah, that seems like if you guys are coming with the materials that you want. I guess. Well, it depends. What what type of gems do you guys want to use? It doesn't specify any specific type of gems, so you guys can have, what kind of gems is used in the Era statuette? What kind of gems is used in the Astalos statuette?
I forget what gems we have. We have like what is it, like some sort of sapphires and diamonds.
Yeah.
I guess.
How about emeralds? I really like emeralds. Green and blue, my absolute favorite.
If it makes things easier, it matches my outfits sometimes, so fine.
Oh,
Green
I think
and blue
I
it
also
is.
have to get a mold for my horn or something.
Oh.
Remind me to do that later. I'll forget.
And I have heard of a spell that I think I need just in case to make something else as well. So I was looking I was looking at out of character here, Tasha's otherworldly guise.
Okay.
I might take it, I might not, I probably will. But you need to have an object engraved with a symbol of the outer planes worth at least 500 gold pieces.
Okay.
So I would want to have something like that commissioned.
Okay.
Just because it does have some good benefits that I may be able to use in the future.
Sounds good.
So I
Do
might
you
take.
have
Huh?
which the symbol of the outer planes? You said.
Yeah, it's a symbol. It can be your choice. I don't think it. Yeah, it just says a symbol with a symbol of the outer planes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
Yeah. The question is, does Astalos? That's the question.
Yeah, that's I'm asking out of character here if that's even possible.
Yeah, it would be possible. You said Tasha's otherworldly guys.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay, a symbol of like all of the outer planes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So, first up is these statuettes. I gave you guys a list of the treasure that you had received from Brilgern, right? I think that's in a document somewhere.
I
That's
think
where
so.
that was.
But there were so many gems. It was just
Yeah.
truly outrageous.
50,000 gold worth of sapphires, 25,000 worth of white diamonds, and 100,000 worth of blue white diamonds. So, if you want them made of any of those things, then you got them. Otherwise,
Okay, well, sapphires is good. I'm good with the sapphires. I don't think we use sapphires for anything. I hope.
okay.
What about you, Era? It looks like we have some sapphires and blue diamonds and regular diamonds. I'm pretty sure Durand would.
Uses the diamonds, right?
I believe so.
Sapphire it is then.
All right.
Okay. So that would be then 3,000 gold worth of diamonds from you guys. I don't know who's tracking those things.
I don't even know how many diamonds.
Sapphires.
So
You have
That's
50,000. What?
I have all the currency
Mm-hmm.
from
I,
the horde the moment you gave it to me in my.
You
So
you have
nothing
all of the
is
currency?
removed.
I put my portion or whatever it was. I think of mine. My
Okay.
split or whatever.
Yeah, I think we did the split, right? I think we did that. But as far as the gems, I don't think that we did that. So
Oh, we just have sapphires worth 50,000 gold pieces.
yes. So after this, you'd
Yeah,
only
give me
have
the
47,000 gold with the sapphires.
Only.
Only.
Maybe we should just track it off this sheet, because I will get confused since a lot of our currency is in gems.
Sure.
Or some of our currency. Okay.
Alright, no, just there you go.
You can adjust it as much as you want. Everybody should have access to my sheet.
Oh, okay.
All the gems are on your sheet?
Wait, do
Well,
I have
the
access?
loot itself? I like when you told it to us. I just made a little
Oh, okay.
like bag container thing.
Ah,
function
gotcha.
in Dice Cloud
Gotcha.
and just added everything.
Oh no,
Alright,
I
sure,
can't adjust
that's
this.
That's a place to adjust.
You
it.
can't adjust
So-
it. Okay, hold on. I'll change it.
Alright, so Dune, there you go. Dune, you take 3,000 gold worth of sapphires away. Alright,
Okay.
so you walk into the artisan shop, the two of you, and you're greeted by a younger than you might expect silver dragonborn, who you can see his shop, his place of business is surrounded by all kinds of little knickknacks and figurines made of bone, wood, and stone. He kind of is staring kind of bored lazily down at what looks like a project that he's in the middle of and might be hitting a sort of mental creative block on. You guys come in and his eyes shoot up towards you. Oh. Good afternoon. Feel free to browse around. If there's anything you need, just ask. Examining his little figurine that he was working on. He seems fairly distracted.
We actually do have a custom request.
I do those. As a matter of fact, I'm well and open to starting a new project right now, as it seems. So, what is it that you need?
We'd like to have 2 statuettes created in the likeness of myself, and one in the likeness of the lady here. And we need it to be done with ivory and engraved with these sapphires.
And you place the immaculate gems down on the table in front of him. Those seem quite nice. And you said you wanted them to be one look like you, one look like her. That is a bit of a strange request, but I guess when you have money to spend like this, why not be a little vain? So, well, all then would need to charge you for if you're providing these. You said ivory, right? That's... I should have some around here. And then, so the cost of that, and then the cost of my labor, of course. And about what size, how big did you need these statuettes, these figurines?
Not too large, perhaps just...
But not too small either.
Yeah.
Like not. It maybe. Like. Kind of like hold my. Era would hold her hands out, kind of like separate, like maybe this big, this tall. A little bit more. No, up. Does that look right?
I'm not sure. I think so. Yeah. Just big enough that you can somewhat accurately make it in our likeness, but I don't want it displayed at the town square. And then just something we could hold in our hand.
Gotcha. Understood. This sounds good to me. So, I'll go and see if I have some ivory of sufficient size and quality to work with, and then we can get started.
Wait, one more thing.
Uh?
I think they told me before, but I may have forgotten. But I'm actually looking to see if you know, or if yourself can maybe make a mold out of my horn, because I'm thinking of putting something here. And I point towards the broken horn.
A mold out of your horn. Are you speaking of the unbroken one to then use as a mold to fix the broken one, or just?
Well, it's not necessarily to fix it. More that I kind of want to place something on my broken horn.
And you need to see how it would. Okay. I mean, maybe the easiest way to do that would be if you don't mind my looking. He walks around the table towards you.
You may perceive.
Perception check? Okay, got it. Alright. I can see that it does seem to not have been the cleanest break, but could do that. Alternatively, if you were amenable to it, you could simply file it down to be even, and that would make the process a lot simpler. But what you ask is not undoable. Is certainly doable. But it's just unless you have any sort of trepidations towards it, it's a bit of, I would say, unnecessary effort. You wouldn't have to do too much, it seems. Just enough to make it flush.
Okay.
I mean, if you don't want it, like I said, I could.
No.
I
If it makes things easier, fine.
It's just effort, and effort
The
is
sacrifice
just
I'm willing to
money,
make.
and money does not seem to
just
be an
money.
issue. So
It's not an issue. You're right.
So which first then? The horn statues.
The statues
Ivory.
first.
Got it. Alright. Then I will return with ivory should I have it. And he walks to a back room, and you can hear him going through materials and such. He comes back out with a few various sized samples and pieces of this nice bleach white bone. Well, how much time do you have? We should probably do this one at a time. I don't think I can be working on two different figures simultaneously, so... Who's first? I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's see. Proper size like this. Cost of the ivory. It's going to take quite some time each. I'd say 20 gold each.
All right. Who goes first? Do you want to go first, Dara? I mean, that's perfectly fine by me.
No, I think you should go first. It's gonna take some time. You're gonna have to warm up a little bit to get it right. I think you would be great first.
I'm ready to get started right now if you are. I've already had my tools out. I don't seem particularly busy at the moment, so... When you're ready, please assume the pose that you desire for your statuette, and we'll begin.
Sure. And I just plainly just like stand there like
Just stand there.
like just like awkward, trying to think back to like my my like royal like noble etiquette training. Just trying to stand as regal as possible.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just like.
But at the same time, like not really being into it, so I'm just like, ugh. You know.
So are you going like regal pose, like a hand up at the, or are you just, or like clenched down in front of you?
Some halfway point that looks slightly awkward.
Gotcha. All right, sounds good. Era, this is gonna take a while. You're gonna, after maybe the first 3-4 minutes, you can see that it certainly is going to take a number of hours, probably, if not more.
You're very extremely busy now. I see that. Let me not disrupt your conversation, and I'm just gonna go for. I'll be back.
All right.
Wait, can I talk? I mean, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Just as long as you maintain the general pose. Once I get the outline done, then you could relax a bit. But you can talk. Yeah, you can talk.
Okay. Yeah. See if you find any more spells for us, or whatever you like to do. I'll be here, standing as still as possibly can, for the next I don't know how many hours.
You're really good at that.
You're really good at standing still.
I'm just bombastic side-eyeing her right now, just like.
All right. So that is going to be Astalos and Era for at least a few days, at least a couple days each, actually.
Well, kind of need to figure out something for Valfir.
Okay. What are you looking for Valfir?
I mean, we kind of talked about it. Is that
Mhm.
actually possible?
Let's see. I don't see why it wouldn't be. What did you... I forgot the exact... I remember the general idea. I don't remember the specifics of it. Was it
I
like
don't know that there were
a
specific.
crystal, or what was it like?
I don't know. It was just supposed to be something where, like, you would have maybe a little space.
Yeah.
Like, at the
I
top
remember
of
that
the
much.
space.
Yeah.
I don't
I just don't know
there
what you wanted it to look like, though. What you wanted it to appear like. Was it just a
Like a snow
gemstone?
globe.
Was it like a snow globe?
No, that's weird. I mean, isn't it? Maybe it's not weird.
Okay. So, with this very thick... with this very specific magical item in mind, Elevorn, you find a magical artisan that could probably do this for you after hearing your explanation of what it is you want, and Valfir by your side, who is by this point gotten fairly large. He is maybe standing on all fours, his max height. Probably comes up to like your ribs or so. So he's grown quite a bit. Still growing.
Hmm. He's going to get bigger, so the space has to be big enough. Because I don't know how big he's going to be eventually when he's all grown up, because he's still just a baby. And I bet.
Valfir gives a happy screeching chirp that makes the proprietor of this institution wince a bit. Let's see. Okay, I have at least a thing. So, the blue dragonborn that you're speaking to, what you ask is certainly unique. Difficult, but not impossible. Certainly would take some time and effort in developing, and might need Valfir, was it, to be around for at least part of the process, as well, more or less this item will be attuned to him or he to it, or more likely both simultaneously.
Oh, I see. Kind of. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I do warn you, though, that this kind of magic dealing with the specifics that you specified and creating, for all intents and purposes, a demi-plane, it is not going to be cheap.
Well, how not cheap is it?
Rough estimates, well, again, it's not like this is something that we just keep in stock here. It's going to have to be developed, so the costs might fluctuate. Estimate as low as 20,000, 20 to 40,000, probably.
Hmm. 20 to 40,000. Okay. Mm-hmm. You mean gold pieces, right?
Yes. What's going on? What's going through your head, Nemo?
Oh, well, these are big numbers.
Yes. It's just a 2 and some zeros.
Well, I mean, it might be okay. But in the off chance that it isn't, do you like gems as well?
If they have equivalent value, that shouldn't be a problem, no. Would have to get an appraiser in if you are claiming them to be worth an exorbitant amount, but I don't see why it would be a problem. No. And gems are incredibly useful.
Because I think there might be some sapphires, too.
I'm just going through all the sapphires. We have no reason to use sapphires except for payment.
Well, but then again, if it's on the lower end, it should be fine. No problems at all. I think.
Like I said, I will keep you appraised of the situation, and if we are going to get started on this, just as a matter of insurance, I will be requesting a deposit. It will go towards the final cost, And should this task prove too difficult or not possible, then it will be refunded to you.
Okay. How much would you like as a deposit?
I'd like 5,000 up front, please.
Okay.
Alright. So, you take out your bag and start counting out individual gold coins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two. Okay, so you pay 5,000, Elevorn?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, if you could come check in every day or two, I think that I should be able to get started on it without Valfir being present here, just to get the base of what it is that we're doing down. But I will need him present eventually.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come back tomorrow then. I mean, if you don't need us right now.
Alright, that sounds good. Okay. So, what are you guys talking about? What's going on? I see stuff going on in the Discord chat, so I just don't.
We were trying to figure
worry
out.
about that after.
Oh, you sure? Because people are spending money right now, so.
I mean, we have a lot, so I'm hoping.
Didn't you guys take? I thought you guys took half of it. I think it was just half the money that you left with them.
Okay. So.
Because I think everyone got like 37.5 each, as a number I'm remembering for some reason.
Okay, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay, I knew I deducted something.
Yeah, everyone got 37,500 each, which means that from Brogren's Horde, you guys left 150,000 of the gold with the White Dragonborn. And I think that's it.
It's just difficult in platinum and silver pieces.
I mean, I just took the whole amount because you made it into platinum worth amount, even though it's divided into silver and plat, right? I think is what you.
Did the gold value?
The gold value
gold,
is
that makes sense.
37,500. That's the gold value that you each got individually.
Right, 30. Oh yeah, 37,000. Okay, yeah. I think I just put it in platinum for my sanity, so it's a lower number, and I could just divide by 10.
That is.
Once
See,
with people who have.
The freaky part was when David hits me with the. I started with 3,500 platinum pieces, and I'm like, Homo?
Yeah, it's
It's gold.
well, I mean,
Okay.
if you do that times 10, it's the gold, yeah. So it's 3750.
Yeah, it should have been 3750 platinum. Yeah.
3750 platinum? How did we get that from 5,000?
Where did the 5,000 come from?
I don't know.
Written down that we got 5,000. Like the horde
Did we-
was 5,000 platinum pieces and 500,000 silver.
It's 500,000.
Okay. The horde was 300,000 gold total, 100,000 worth in silver, 200,000 worth in platinum.
I have like 150k platinum pieces in magic loot, and then like below that is where it.
Wait, 150,000 platinum pieces is what you just said?
Yeah.
That's way too. That's no. No.
No,
Let's
I
just
don't,
buy the
I
whole
don't think we
town.
have that. I was saying you said that like initially, and then like when we go down further on the page, because I was taking notes. So,
Mhm.
there's like 500,000 silver pieces,
Missing.
and then
Where's 500? Where's that coming? I'm looking
don't
at the sheet right now.
no,
And
you
it
said
says
this stuff.
300k gold, 100k in silver, 200k in platinum. The total-
200K in platinum.
Oh, yeah.
The total gold money coin value of the horde was 300,000. That's 300,000 gold. Half of that is 150,000.
Did the math.
150,000 split 4 ways is 37.5. Welcome to class. Okay. But 150,000 platinum, that's insane. That's over 1 million gold.
How rich we are.
Like I said, let's buy the whole city, right?
I think her calculations were correct.
I don't think so. I don't
Okay,
think
so
so.
that was wrong entirely. What I had written was the silver right? 500. 500,000.
Okay. Well, the
50,000
amount of
gold.
silver, it depends. Like, because everything that I'm telling you guys is like in the value of gold pieces. So 100,000 gold worth of silver is
Okay.
1 million silver pieces.
Okay. I
Yeah,
So yes, 500,000 silver pieces would have been half of the hoard. Yes.
I remember that you retcon some of the silver pieces and switch it to platinum pieces because the gross amount of weight.
No, the gross amount of weight is why you guys had to leave some of it with the white dragon board. You didn't do it out of the kindness of your heart alone. It was because you literally couldn't physically carry it.
Okay, so I'm cutting this in half. We left half of everything.
Yes. But 500,000 silver is half.
So then I've wasted. I mean, I've used. Okay, I used because it was for a good cause. 474 worth of silver pieces, so 4,740 gold, I think.
What? No, you're doing it backwards. 474 silver is only 47
I
gold.
mean 47.4 platinum. Sorry, platinum.
Okay, yes. 474
So-
platinum is 4740 gold.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright. Duran, do you have anything that you want to do here? Or is Duran just in the inn with his accountant abacus and doing bookkeeping and accounting work right now?
Probably.
Yeah. Everyone's coming in like, I need more money, Duran. Give me money.
How much sapphire was removed?
3,000 gold worth of sapphires. So
Oh,
from
wow.
50k down to 47k.
I did that one already,
Okay.
at least.
That was a weird.
That one was easy. It just happened 2 minutes ago.
Alright. Then of course you guys have all of the magic items that you got as well. What you want to do with that? Who wants to take what? The defender, the animated shield, the sword grip.
I stole the sword grip. It's mine now.
It's yours now. Are you going to attach it? Are you going to use it right now? Like you
It
guys
is.
have the time. It's attached. Okay.
I
It's attached
attuned
and attuned to
it. I attuned it last session.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
now I'm just going into. You already got it on your sheet with Ancelos, but now I need to go to Era. Add haircut.
All right.
I'm leaving the gems in here.
Gotcha.
with
That's fine. So, Era. What?
Huh?
What pose are you going with for your Era figurine?
Oh,
These are the important
yes,
D&D
these are.
questions.
Oh my gosh.
Let's discuss potential poses. Like suntan lotion girl. Like, what are you?
No.
Maybe
A
reading
little
the
more
book.
Serious. Maybe me mid casting fireball. How good is your memory? Imagine just me reading a book,
Okay.
but the
so
things
you
that I
read-
can cast.
So are you reading? Are you, it's like with the book included in? You want the book included in the statue? Like,
Of course,
okay.
part of me for now. So someone robs me.
All right. So, At the end of the week, Era, Astalos, each of you respectively had spent about 2 pretty much full work days being models for your own individual statues. But by the end of the week, you guys have that. You also work with the shop owner Era to get that sort of mold for your horn. As is, no need to file or chip it down. It's really just an imprint, basically, of the breaks and cracks and how your horn broke, so that if you wanted to make that accessory, that would serve as the base of the accessory to fit into your horn, into your broken horn. Everyone, by the end of the week, the item that you wanted to work on isn't done yet, but it does appear like it's going to be possible. And Valfir has spent time along with you as this item is being made. But as of this moment, about a week in after the party at Nightriver's, that item is not complete yet. Speaking of the party at Nightriver's, you get word from Lord Feng. One of the individuals that works with him delivers a letter to you that is basically the contents of it. Hasn't heard from you. Curious about what you found or what you didn't find at Nightriver's, and he wants to meet up. Asking to meet at the same sort of little bar that you had found him in the first time that you had spoken with him before heading to Nightriver's party. So, what are you guys doing?
Wait, who got that notice?
You guys did. I don't really
Just
care
wait,
who.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He put a place we can meet him at?
Yeah. You met him, like, sort of at a little
Oh, where we met him the
out of
first
the
time.
way bar. Yeah, the first time.
Okay. Oh.
So you guys are together when and you receive this letter, or when one of you says, "Hey, we got a letter from Lord Feng," and so you can obviously discuss your course of action with each other prior to heading over there, if you're going to head over there at all. It's up to you.
We haven't really talked about everything that happened.
Yeah, it seems like we put it off. This letter changes things.
The thing is that there was more than enough time for Lord Bang to do things. I mean, I'm sure he did do things while we weren't yet back. And I don't know that we can trust Nightriver either. So it's like, who can we trust? Is there anybody that we know that we can trust?
Well, I want to say that we can trust Lord Fang, but even I'm starting to have my doubts.
It just seems very tangled, like they're both very good with information and secrets, and both have information and secrets, and you can only have so many layers between, before you're like, who can you trust at all?
Yeah. I think this is the problem that a lot of us face in espionage, including Lord Fang and Nightriver. That's why they're the way they are.
Well, we didn't find stuff in Lord Fang's possession, and not directly in Night River's either, but in his house, so maybe we do talk to Lord Fang. I mean, maybe we don't disclose what we found, though.
I think
Hmm?
that's probably the most important part. More
Not
than
disclose?
anything, that the note needs to stay between us.
At least for now. I mean, we're not sure if this note is true, if it's not, if it's a misdirection. It's just, it can be so many things. I'm not trying to start infighting, civil war, whatever it may be, due to this parchment.
Well, maybe we can ask to see if um if these coordinates are important to Lord Fang, then he may question or have an idea of what he would like to ask if it's in terms of like the dragons. So it really just depends on how he'll direct a conversation, if anything. Because as of now, we technically didn't find anything else, just this. And I feel like it's safe to assume that Night River might know regarding the coordinates. So it would only. I just kind of have to see it as we have to guard these coordinates until we can get more information. I just. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to put doubt in anyone, but I still don't trust Lord Fang either. So.
So, what do we do? What do we say? It is going to come up in conversation. If we found anything? What we found? These were things that we discussed with Lord Fang specifically.
Maybe we tell a lie then. Maybe we say that we
Not.
didn't find a piece of paper. Maybe we found something else.
I feel like it would be safe enough to say that we had eyes on us. We weren't really able to successfully get anywhere. You can tell him that you weren't able to go inside the room, but you weren't able to really find anything, or wherever you went.
That is something we could do.
And tell him about our interactions with Tempest as well. That kind of rubbed me off odd.
Yeah, it's just very weird. Yeah, I got an odd feeling about him too. I'm not sure why he was looking for me specifically. Almost has like he knew.
Well, he is a very experienced mage person. I'm sure that he would be aware of magic being cast around him. Or, could sense it somehow. Just like I don't really pay attention when I'm casting spells, but I'm sure it's like. Well, obviously. I mean, I don't know.
His eyes were definitely aglow. I noticed that much. With some sort of magic, which isn't too surprising in hindsight considering he showed us um seemingly a project he's very proud of.
Talk about the wine. That happened.
The
I mean,
wine collection?
yeah, the collection itself, I think.
I don't believe that's tied to anything. He was relatively willing to share that information with us. But
You don't
I
think
guess
it
something to
was.
bring up anyways.
It wasn't some kind of threat, was it? Like, if he can get the wine from where we're from, what else could he do? I don't know. I'm kind of afraid of all the Dragonborn here. It's all very secretive and confusing, and but it was really good wine.
Been a while since we've been back there, so
Either way, we should meet him, but I just thought maybe it would throw him if we didn't find what he thought we were going to find, if he is responsible for the thing that we found. But I don't know how you would tell that, because he's wearing a mask, so you can't, he looks surprised, you can't see it. Never mind, that's stupid.
Insight check the mask.
I just know we need allies in this, and not sure.
Grim Talon, that's it. That's the only person we talk to from now on.
Grim Talon?
You know, the halfling dragon guy.
Did I meet Grim Talon? I haven't met Grim Talon.
You were here. It's
How was he?
the ancient brass dragon that you guys resurrected into a halfling, reincarnated rather into a halfling.
Oh, I wasn't there for that one.
You weren't there for that one?
No.
Um,
I think we discussed it maybe, but I'm still.
Oh yeah, that was like right before you then, if that's the case. Yeah, because that was before they went to. Yeah, that was on their way to Metchroma for the first time, and then after that they went to Talendor. So yeah, that was not too long before Astalos joined.
it was literally like a session or two, I think.
Yeah.
I think I remember still thinking about the whole Grim Talon thing while I'm still on the plane, messaging you about David joining.
I kind of been hesitant, but maybe I could ask Lanissa to keep her eyes and ears. I could also ask about her impression. I already know it's not too highly of Tempest, but maybe she can offer some insight. I think she's been here more than us anyways.
Well, that's what I was kind of asking earlier, is if anybody felt like they could trust anybody else, I mean, because...
Ow.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just bumped it. Just, keep talking.
Mostly because we do need allies. You said that, though. And I just don't know who to trust. I mean, I don't know anybody at all. I mean, I know you guys. That's it. I trust you guys.
I've been on the fence about it, but I don't see why. I mean, we did travel far. would be a surprise if she did anything, you know. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. But I think it may give us an upper hand, possibly. I trust her enough. She's kept us alive so far. You know, helped at least in certain scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You don't have to maybe exactly mention the note, but finding out about Tempest, because that guy's kind of, he's that guy.
Sure, yeah, I can send her a message
Okay.
out of the blue.
Uh-huh.
He knows what he is.
A wizard.
A wizard. He's a wizard. You're a wizard.
Yo, Wizard Tempest.
Oh shit, am I? Fuck, that's what this is. So
Okay. I will send a message to Lenissa.
okay.
Any news with you? And just out of curiosity, what is your opinion on Tempest? I already know you're not fond of him, but how are things?
I am getting more familiar with the workings of Tempest and his circle. As far as my opinions on the man, well, he is extremely smart, wicked clever, and he knows it, which frustrates me to no end. His attitude could use with some adjusting, but from what I've seen, the work he does is good. That's the message you get.
The work that he does is good. Hmm. She basically said he's an ass, but he's good at what he does, and he knows it. I'll send another message.
Okay.
I can't give too much details. But if you guys can remain vigilant, anything that I guess feels strange or anything out of place, even if it's just a feeling, just if you can keep your eye on Tempest in the meantime. Continue he does, just good.
Thank you for the warning. But if you know something, you should take it to the Admiral if you feel it is that important. So while we are working with them, we are still our legions, our loyalty, and our home is still the Empire. But maybe I'll run into you one of these times when we go back to speak with our people. There's a dog going crazy outside. Anyways, that's the end of the message.
Hera is a bit relieved. Feels like she can trust Linda some more, down for the Empire as well. She is recommending that if I guess maybe we feel watch ourselves more to keep the Admiral updated. No, in hindsight doesn't sound bad. to do at some point. I don't really know if I should keep sending messages. I don't have much to say or even know what I'm saying exactly. I'd rather her be cautious as well. Any suggestions, or should I leave it there?
Do you think that it would be wise to involve the Admiral in this? I mean, because we don't know what this is for. We just found this. But I mean, I don't think we're involved in... I mean, would the Admiral? Is it possible that he would be involved with it too? Like, what would... Why would he
No,
even come here? Like,
I think he's fine where he's at right now, and I don't really necessarily think we need to say anything. It's just I didn't really say much to Lenissa either, so I'm sure she has her own way of thinking. I think until we have something concrete, it's best not to create paranoia yet. Or no, not that I would, but
yeah, because I mean, this isn't a good feeling. Because it's like, now what do we do? Because who's on our side, who's not, and it's... We don't need to spread that around.
well, only one way to find out. I guess we're gonna meet up with Lord Fang, maybe.
Yeah, I think we should meet him either way and just see if he has any information for us, and just see how the
He better
conversation...
after he left early and everything. Just saying.
Agreed.
Got to protect himself from this, so
I'm still on the fence on whether we should share with him what we found. Maybe we can decide once we meet him.
You're probably the best person to make that kind of judgment, considering you've known him for the longest.
What if, worst case scenario, we can tell him we found part of the note? Maybe about the ones that don't matter anymore. The deceased ones, for example. So we can provide partial evidence, but not really say where the others are. If that makes sense. Like, we could rip this paper and be like, okay, well, this is what we found, but we didn't see the rest of it or something.
Or perhaps we can tell him we found it, but we've lost it, so we weren't able to take it with us.
So just a little quick whatever. You guys were talking. You guys kept the paper, and I assume like the following day went out to get the lead-lined box.
Oh, I thought we were burning the paper. Did the
Well,
paper
that's
get
what I
burned?
heard.
Elevorn didn't want to burn it, so I think she was
Oh,
going to
okay.
get the box to
Oh, okay.
put it away safely. But there's no, like, magic attached to it. And I have my own personal copy of it as well for the coordinates.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no, but you guys did get, lead-lined box. So somebody go ahead and mark up like 10 gold for that.
Oh.
But basically, what that does is divination gets blocked by certain thicknesses of varying materials, and a thin sheet of lead is enough to block divination magics. It's like, an X-ray. So the lead-lined box and keeping stuff inside of it would prevent anyone from trying to scry on the items within the box. Unless they're working with the salesman of such boxes, and then they could just scry on the box itself.
It's crazy.
And then you could put a box inside of a box.
Just build a Faraday cage just around our whole existence.
Shit.
need the cave. Got the lights
Faraday
I mean, they could all be working together. There's no reason why they can't be.
That's true. They're testing.
Everyone
They're all
is
working
working together. There you go.
We're the real villains.
Yep. Yeah. Everyone's working against you guys. So does that make you the good guys or the bad guys?
Yeah.
That depends who wins.
Are we
fair
the
enough.
baddies?
Baddies get what they want, so.
So, are you going to you're going to meet with Lord Fang? Or is there any more meeting that you guys needed to do?
I think. Are we ready?
I am.
I think so. Yeah.
Alright. So, the letter that Lord Fang had given to you denoted when or where he would be and a time frame that he would be there each day. And so you head there in the mid to late afternoon to that sort of seedy hole in the wall, out of the way little pub. You walk in and your glances are drawn to that same corner where you had first met up with Lord Fang, and lo and behold, there he sits with what looks like an untouched drink not too far away from him, and a few pieces of paper, reports, missives that he's going through, reading, and it looks like either translating or decoding. Hard to say, you can't read you can't see the writing on the paper from where you are. As you approach, your footsteps echoing out through the small space, he glances up and you can see this time wearing a sort of like a green dragonborn mask. Ah, I see you've gotten my message. Come, sit, order a drink on me. It's been some time. Glad to see you in good standing. You look well, Astalos.
As do you.
He stacks up the papers that he was working on, folds them, and puts them into a bag at his side as you guys file into the booth and take a seat around the circular table. So, I'll not beat around the bush or waste any time. I am curious as to if you had found anything in Nightriver's estate that would be of interest.
Oh yeah, he has wine from where we're from. Well, kind of where we're from. I mean, where we came from most recently. It was kind of crazy, though, but really good.
Didn't know of that hobby of his, though to have stuff from such faraway places is, well, either a testament to the depth of his dedication to his hobby or the depth of his coffers.
I am a bit curious. Have you found anything? Perhaps.
I'm keeping my watch, the eyes and ears that I have about at a safe distance. For now, it is a tentative dance, as without any solid information, there's no reason for me to instruct any of my agents to do something that might get them into trouble. So, Unfortunately, unless there is something that you found, I'm not going to try to convince any of my agents to commit any sort of treasonous acts against Nightriver.
What do you know of Nightriver's protocols for keeping information? Do you know anything about how he would keep the information?
Well, that depends on the severity and sensitivity of said information. There are protocols in place that we must abide by and follow. I am, of course, just one of his many inner circle, so he is the advisor to Lord Pyrrhus. I am simply one of his agents. But we do have protocols for handling certain information with varying degrees of secrecy, and those are followed unless the information is of a particularly dire magnitude. I know
Would you
there's stuff that he knows that he must keep secret from even others within the circle, as there are things that I am privy to that I have not divulged to him, such as this suspicion and these meetings that I am carrying out with you.
Well, would you say that any information is ever written down and stored for a long period of time? Information that could be very important.
Written and stored? If you're speaking of safekeeping, absolutely. Most information that is important enough to have Nightriver's direct attentions are certainly things worth guarding and keeping safe. Where and by whom, again, is something that would vary.
Please forgive me. You use a lot of words that, well, they're a little difficult. So, like, when you say of magnitude and stuff, is that like where, you know, um, where the guy in charge is having lunch for the day? Like, is that the type of stuff you guys guard, or what are you talking about? Like, give me an example of this type of information that would be what you're speaking of.
I can't exactly give you an
Well, no,
example of
I
that.
mean, like, would it be like where, the rulers are having lunch or what time they're meeting or when their carriages are going places? Or are we talking like, where the bronze
That
dragon
would
lair
be.
is or, anything like that?
Are these hypotheticals? I mean, the information as to the whereabouts, schedules, and location of the the diox is certainly sensitive and valuable information, though it's not exactly in Nightriver's purview. That would be more the personal guard's dealings. The type of espionage and investigative work that Nightriver and his people do are more external to the city, to the controlled order of Draconia, with this specific situation we find ourselves in now, that means trying to find information on the children of the Scourge and on any who would try to disrupt the current hierarchy due to the chaos unwinding within the land. So Nightriver doesn't deal in the examples that you said, though lairs of dragons, either friendly or otherwise, well, I don't see why that couldn't be something that would be in his domain, but it's not something I've heard of before.
So it's like really big, really important stuff then.
Well, as I said, I have not heard of any talks, any meetings with Nightriver as he's gathered his inner circle, as he has multiple times. Never has it been brought up to discern or uncover the layers of any bronze or otherwise metallic dragons. If any, it's been trying to find the chromatics, our enemies, where they lie. That kind of information, though, would be an example, I suppose, of something that might be important enough, or seen important enough by Nightriver, to not follow our standard protocols.
So
He
you
looks
never
to the other one.
thought to, like, send emissaries to them to warn them of what was going on elsewhere, or, their
Emissaries to whom?
to the dragons to
To
see
the
if they would help.
dragons. They were the first, amongst the first, to be attacked when the children rose up. The children rose up by attacking the various metallic dragon broods amongst here. They were the biggest threat. I'm sorry for raising my tone, but you are speaking of things that you don't know.
Yeah, you're right. I
And
don't know. So-
accusing.
I'm not accusing. I'm just saying, like, if you said there was no mention of ever wanting to find anything, as like, so you didn't want to find them to ask for their help. I mean, just because
Specific
were-
lair locations are different than wandering into territories. You could find a dragon fairly easily, especially a friendly one, by entering their territory or sending or requesting an audience, but their own personal private lairs, that is a very different case than their general whereabouts. Their general whereabouts are known by, well, pretty much any denizen of Draconia can look at a map and outline the territories of the different types of dragons.
I think it's time to be a bit more forward. We've come across information, and we're not sure if it's something that is being done by Nightriver or somebody within his inner circle.
Is it the kind of information that you went in there looking for? The kind that we perhaps were hoping not to find?
Information regarding the metallic dragons. Specific information That I'm not so keen to reveal, but to put it bluntly, it's that information presumably about their locations, status, perhaps even their exact lair coordinates. But I'm not sure. If, I'm not sure if Nightriver would keep information like that hidden in plain sight, or if it's somebody else trying to smuggle information to someone else. Perhaps Nightriver himself.
So you've given me all but the exacts of this information that you found and uncovered, but you say you're not keen to reveal it to me. Might I ask why that is, Astalos?
I'm not sure if this information is a misdirection. Maybe it was there for us to find.
Well, it depends on how this information was transcribed. What language encoding methods were or were not used. If it was as blatant and straightforward as it seems like you're telling me it was, then I do not doubt that it could very well be planted there, as you say, to maybe try to frame or set Nightriver up to seem a traitor. But if it were to be encoded in the way that only Nightriver and his inner circle are privy to, that would be much more telling. But that's not something that I could discern or tell you without seeing this information you found for myself.
I'd kind of turn back for a moment and just look at the rest of the party. Just, kind of for just a little bit more reassurance, just solidarity. Read the room a little bit, see what, if anybody objects to me continuing or sharing the information directly.
Not a liar, Astalos. Just I put my trust in the wrong people many times before. If you trust him, I will always prefer the truth.
Even beyond the trust that I may feel in my heart for everything that Lord Feng has done. Beyond that now, seems like we need someone with influence. We need friends. This is information I think we can act on our own. And I'm willing to put my trust in Lord Feng. The information we found was encrypted, or rather, it was a riddle that was revealed to me in a room at his estate. The riddle led me to, or rather, almost by happenstance, we went down to his collection and it seemed like the riddle was speaking about his collection. I found the parchment that specifically was designed to seem like a label of a bottle, but when peeled off, showed the locations of the metallic dragons, the coordinates, whether they're confirmed alive, deceased, unknown, their locations, everything.
I must say, Astalos, this seems a little far-fetched. Why would Nightriver need to leave himself a cryptic riddle to find information that he himself wrote? If I do not doubt what you say you found and how you went about finding it is true, but I am having quite serious doubts as to the legitimacy of whatever information you may have found if you truly came about it in the way that you had. It seems quite ridiculous if that was Nightriver's doing from the beginning.
Well, that's my that's the root of my doubt to begin with. Why would he need to go through such lengths to hide his own information? Should be something he keeps locked in a box, inside another box, in a room, under the ground. Why leave a puzzle for someone to figure out?
Well, that goes back to the theory that someone with access to his estate and maybe a middling amount of information might be trying to frame our good advisor Nightriver. But outside of my instincts on this, telling you that this information is more like than not bogus, I cannot say anything for certain if I cannot see the method in which it was written. What words, symbols, potential code was used.
Era, could you show him? Please.
Fine. But before that, Duran, you also mentioned that Tempa's eyes were glowing, right? So there was a chance he knew Astalos was doing whatever he was doing?
Through magical means, more than likely, yes.
Could he have been the one to plant all that? If it's just to throw us off? Because if he had known, or he had seen Astalos, then he would say something. Isn't he in charge of, like, surveillance? As I'm talking, I'm in the copy down of the coordinates and everything I wrote down.
Are you're sliding it to Lord Fang, or?
Mm-hmm.
Well, shouldn't we just give him the original? Is that what we're doing or not?
I don't think it matters if it's the original or not. I mean, I wrote down the coordinates separate so that they wouldn't have a chance of scrying on us.
Yeah.
If that's sufficient enough, Lord Fang.
Give me a moment. Decent. Most of this seems benign, but concerning. And his finger trails down the column of coordinates. This is certainly our code. An outdated version of it. But it's definitely one that I use, that we all use when sending directives, letters to agents in the field trying to convey certain locations. So this is not something that just anyone would know. How true and accurate these locations are, I'm not sure. That's the only way to try to decode this and head to the location, see what we find. But other than that, whoever wrote this, if not Nightriver himself, was someone close to him.
But still leaves the question: how and why would there be a means to decode the information in his estate, and then why would it be hidden on a bottle in his spirits collection? But who to find?
Well, that leads us into the realm of speculation and conjecture. I have serious doubts that Nightriver himself would need to leave a cryptic riddle to find his own information, so it would have to be somebody close enough, knowledgeable enough of our codes to be able to come up with this table of information. And someone who, for whatever reason, whatever their means, want to make it seem like Nightriver is hiding something that seems fairly elaborate, but I would have to think more on why. But the implication of this paper is serious enough, and that if not Nightriver himself, then somebody very close to him is dealing with information they probably should not have.
Well, it was in the cellar, right? So I imagine not too many people would have access to that location without some form of suspicion. I mean, is Nightriver more direct if he wanted to talk to us about certain things? Would this be his way of sharing, for example? If he knew that he was being surveillanced? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know.
Like I said, I wasn't even aware that Nightriver or anyone else that works with him and me was pursuing information this specific about dragons that, for all intents and purposes, should be our allies.
Is this something that we personally should try and simply go see if they're alright?
It is certainly concerning. As if they had this information now, for how long did they have it? And was this information passed to the children of the Scourge? They had it. this whole time that could explain how they took the metallic dragon so unawares. Alright. He slides the book back to you, Era. I think at the very least, this justifies me telling my agents to be a little bit more, a little less safe in the distance that they are maintaining. This is certainly something that needs to be delved into further.
Okay, but then what would you have us do in the meantime?
Not sure if this is something that the four of you should be directly involved with. You've done more than enough by bringing this to light. And I'm sure that you will be called to assist the efforts of the diarchy in more direct ways than slinking around in the shadows with me and my kind. Just take anything that comes from Nightriver's camp with a grain of salt and be careful.
There's one thing that still bothers me. This parchment has been on for maybe a couple weeks. There's
About
been
a
no
week.
okay, about a week. There's been no chatter, no panic, no different notice by any of your agents.
The masked visage of Lord Fang looks up and seems to be recalling. The only differences around Nightriver's estate that has been reported to me was that those that serviced the estate, the servants there, throughout the week have been staying later than normal within the confines of the estate themselves. I'm not sure why.
Very odd. And they just left there unattended?
No. There's always either one or two of Nightriver's agents there at the same time. Which Nightriver meeting with his agents at his own estate was never cause for suspicion. But maybe they have grown suspicious. Maybe he has noticed this piece of information gone missing. Maybe his first focus is on his staff, not necessarily any of the guests that he... But I cannot say for sure.
Alright.
But if they are suspicious if he has discovered this missing piece of information, well, I would expect him. However crucial he deems this information, I would very much expect him to try to find the one who took it. So if you receive any word from Nightriver or on behalf of him, that might be the reason. If his suspicions ever fall onto the four of you. Is there any reason why you think that they would?
Well, as Ron mentioned, Tempest was there, and it seems like he was keeping track of us through magical means. I'm not sure if they communicate amongst each other, but
Tempest is quite the unique character. Normally, yes, the advisors would be in constant communication, but Tempest himself has always been kind of on the fringe of that. He deals with his own little circle and his own projects, and deals with the others as little as he possibly can.
We were actually in the wine cellar with Nightriver himself.
He was there when you found the paper.
Oh, I was falling down the stairs at the time, but yeah.
Well, then I would be very surprised if you did not receive a summons from him shortly. If he is looking for the person that took that information, it's only going to be a matter of time before they get to you four.
I mean, his juice was really, really good, though.
so you see why I'm so concerned that we have not been contacted, set out for. But I mean, would he be, if he were to be aware of this document, would he not suspect us first? I doubt that he just lets anybody who asks go into his private collection.
Well, he has a number of people, servants, and who maintain and have access to all manners of places within the estate itself. The wine cellar, of course, not normally being a place that is off limits to the staff. And so, were I in his position, I would probably make every effort to rule out my own staff before potentially insulting not only guests in my house in our country, but the heroes of Metchroma. And so he's probably just doing his due diligences. And once you are the only likely option left, then I would expect you receive a summons.
Right then. Guess all we can do is be ready for when that
Be
does
ready.
happen.
For what? We're going to go to jail forever, aren't we?
I definitely think we could avoid capture if needed. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that.
I would find a safe place for that information, not just one that is on your person safe, because well, you don't want to be caught with that on you, basically.
Right.
At least until after you are questioned. Which I believe to be not a matter of if, but when.
I believe the same.
I'm going to work on decoding the information that you had given. I think specifically the coordinates concerning the brass dragon Jim Talon should be fairly easily confirmed. As word has it, you have had dealings with the brass dragons. And once I am able to give you a location, you could confirm or in one way or the other that this information is accurate or not.
Right. Yeah, it has come to my attention that some of our friends have definitely had direct contact with the Dream Talon. So,
It is not exactly a secret
yeah,
amongst the inner circle.
right.
Was there anything else? This is certainly more than I had expected, and, well, I had hoped that you would have found nothing. But at least these new questions give us at least one answer, and that is that someone most certainly tipped Brilgern off to your arrival. Now we know where to look to find them.
Alright. Then I think we've discussed everything we need to. Or does anybody have anything else they want to add?
No. That was surprisingly informative. I don't really feel much better, but at least a little bit.
Alright. So, you guys wrap up with Lord Fang and head out to enjoy the rest of your afternoon and evening, however you see fit, heading back towards the inn, meeting up with the various people that you have commissioning work being commissioned for or with. Getting another night's rest, waiting for the time when you'll find your reason for leaving Metchroma, or you're waiting for the summons from Nightriver. Let's go ahead and take a break real quick and come back in about 10 minutes or so. See you guys in a bit.
Yeah.
Meh.
Yeah.
What is it with all these 10 sessions? We're dying over here, bro.
What's going on?
Oh no. What is it with all these 10 sessions? I'm dying over here.
What do you mean? What's so tense about? What was so tense about the Bloodland session? What are you talking about?
Well, I was immersed in that bloodland.
What? Hello? What? We're back, I think. Hello?
Mhm.
What?
Yeah.
Alright. Cool.
Absolutely.
Just as I asked, I was totally ready.
Absolutely.
So, we pick up the following day. Era, Astalos, you guys have your nice little statuettes of yourselves. Durand, your has completed. So it's just the Shadovan chainmail, but now it's with the base 18 armor class.
Damn, that was a much easier way of changing things than I did.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you could have just changed the armor class
Yeah.
of the. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I
Mhm.
didn't think of that.
So, you guys are going about the day. It's a pretty warm, clear, sunny day as you are going about your time in Metchroma. Any plans? Anything? Or just waiting to see what happens? 'Cause I will show you what happens if you want. Explosion.
Go
Explosion.
on.
No.
Um,
Mm.
could I maybe try to go about finding somewhere that might sell a tuning fork to the material plane?
So, the tuning fork itself, it's just the object. It has to cost 250 gold. But the actual attunement process, I'd say that's something that you would do. So you could carry around a bag of tuning forks not attuned to any particular place, and then when you happen across another plane, just be like, let's try to figure this out and attune it to the plane for future use, But each one has to cost 250 gold. So you could buy blank runes, blank tuning forks, and then attune them to where you want them, given that you're in the place to attune them to.
Okay, so what would that be like then? That would be really expensive because the tuning forks have to be
250 gold each. So how many do you want?
not very many.
Like 3? Like 2? Like 1?
Have
Like
I found
4?
out how much my thingy's gonna cost?
Let me roll a
Can I
dice for that. You want to roll a d20, please?
Oh, this is a bad time to get a natural 20, I'm afraid.
Is that a natural 20?
It is.
Nice. All right. So, yep. The total cost comes out to 22,000. About 21,000 for the actual item itself, and 1,000 gold due to damages caused by Valfir.
Mm-hmm. How did he do that much damage?
It's a magical item place. Even the small things are worth quite a bit. He got too excited, swished his tail, knocked over a bunch of crystal, files. A whole tray of freshly brewed healing potions gone.
Right. Okay.
It still needs finishing touches made to it, but it's definitely almost there. It's possible it's gonna happen, and they don't even need Valfir in the shop anymore.
So it's like 17k
What?
more, right? Or
What do you
is
mean?
that?
What are you
Well,
talking about?
'cause I put a 5,000 gold deposit down.
Yes. Then yes. 17,000 more. So, after that, the four of you are walking through Metchroma around the market district as it comes up towards noontime. It's a slightly breezy day out, but more warm than anything, so the wind itself is actually quite refreshing. As the sun raises to high in the sky just overhead, the noonday bell tolls, and the streets begin to flood with people going on their lunch breaks, and the market around you becomes pretty quickly busy with the commerce and pedestrians that are purchasing and peddling wares. You hear a voice calling out, like, that stands out to you over the others. A woman standing at a stall. You hear, "I'm looking for the heroes of Metchroma, and also, could I have some fish, please?" And those of you who see and look over, watch as the woman places down 3 platinum pieces on the market stall. The vendor, uh, "Ma'am, are you serious? What, is that not enough?" And she puts down a 4th platinum piece. No, that's not, far too much. I know not where these heroes that you talk of are, but I could certainly get you some fish, ma'am. You see her, she is a fairly tall, caramel-skinned woman with dark chestnut brown hair. Her skin seems to almost glimmer and glisten under the light of the sun. She walks away from the stand looking a little bit disappointed, her roasted fish on a stick as she's kind of hungrily biting into it, that with a sort of ravenousness that belies what otherwise seems like a fairly regal persona or appearance.
That's just too weird. I have to go see her.
So everyone's making her way through the crowd in pursuit of this woman.
And also, she's shiny.
Glimmer's like she's like, it almost looks like she's like really, her skin is like just really well moisturized almost, but it's also like it almost is like there's like something else. It's almost ethereal, but not quite. Just bordering on the edge of that's really weird. It's bordering between natural and weird.
I've never seen a fancy lady eat a fish like that.
So you're chasing her down?
Oh, yes.
Alright. As you do, you can see her continuing to hump onto the fish, and she's looking around. She's continuing to. By the time you get there, the fish itself is almost completely gone, all but The head remains, and you can see her even nibbling around the gills of the fish.
So that was good?
Ah! It's you! Elevorn! I would... I've been looking for you. Are the others around here somewhere?
I think so. They were. I mean, but I don't. Who are you?
Right. Probably don't recognize me. It's me. Guinevere.
You're okay. Good. Oh, it is good to see you. I mean, you look different, but it is good to see you.
Well, yeah, I figured it would be much better to come like this than... I don't often...
yeah.
I don't often venture into cities or towns of people. This is honestly only like the second or third time I've done it in my life. But I had to come and find you, and when I'm out here, you know, Have you had fish before? We don't have it back in our territory. It's quite amazing, really.
The rod catches fish. I've cooked it a few times, I think. So I'll use my brains and be like, guys, it's Guinevere. And I'm like jumping up and down, kind of waving my arms in the direction I came from, because I think that we were all together, were we not?
Yes, sure. Yep.
Brisk rush over.
You're gonna rush over?
Not like I'm not sprinting, but like
Alright.
I was casual.
Expeditious retreat!
Be like that Durand is long.
The
gone.
crowds, like people in the crowd just Alright. So Duran's making his way over towards Elevorn, and Elevorn is standing with this caramel-skinned human woman who's still just at this point halfway through eating the head of this fish.
I don't know if people usually eat the head.
Why not? It's delicious.
I don't know, actually. I mean, maybe Toronto might know.
I mean, based off of what you usually say, I do, but it's not common.
I have been walking around looking for you for the past 2 days, so I'm glad to finally have found you. Well, I guess you found me. But we should go. Jim Talon is waiting. Era and Astalos, you have caught up by now. She wipes her hands on her elegant dress, leaving greasy fish smear stains down the side of it.
Oh my.
It's been a while, so I haven't really processed this. Wait, this is ain't no way.
This is Guinevere, the
White-
brass dragon.
Like I'm just sitting here. Durand was rushing over, like, yeah, sure, yeah, that, of course, Guinevere. And then I get here, and I just see somebody I don't recognize.
You thought it was gonna be a brass dragon? You would have seen a brass dragon.
I didn't even remember Guinevere. It's been a long time.
Guinevere, it's not.
I don't even know who she is.
Well, we could. Do you want to get some fish? Maybe we could bring it and I could cook it, or with us if you'd like. Since you seem so
Us?
fond of it.
Absolutely, I think we should absolutely bring more fish. I'll go get some. Don't worry, I brought some money. I have money. And
wait,
she goes and opens up her the bag, and you can see it just gleaming full to the brim of platinum pieces.
Oh my god. Okay.
That's a lot. Like more than most people. Yeah.
Oh,
Who is this? You know this person?
Yes, she's the dragon. Shh.
What?
Just remain calm. Everything's fine. She's our friend.
We have to clean her dress. She's people are gonna look at it all weird. I'm gonna just prestidigitation on her dress. Just grease all over it. Like,
She looks down. Oh, that's handy. Alright.
yeah, you're not supposed to wipe your hands on your clothes.
I believe the etiquette training is probably best saved for another time.
All right.
I didn't want to wipe them on someone else's. That seemed rude.
That's a good thought.
Alright. I apologize. I'm not sure if I've offended, it seems. But I think fish was mentioned. Alright, we'll get some fish and I'll take you to Jim Talon.
Oh,
And
okay.
she begins to head off on her own back towards the fish stall.
Wait, I'll
And she-
come with you.
Alright. So by the time you get up to her, she's like walking off her own frame of mind. Like she's one track mind. You get there and she has her bag perched on the counter of the fishmonger's stall. It's come to my attention that this is a particularly large sum of coin. How much for all of the fish you have?
Do you have? I'm just kind of come up. Do you have any live fish? Like, or are they all?
No, none live. I have some salted raw, not yet put to the fire, but none still living. That should do just fine. And she goes and takes out just a wonton handful of the coins, drops them down. They scatter across the market stall, clattering to the ground. And she tucks her bag at her side once again and goes over and takes the entirety of one of these large bushels of raw fish, and with a surprising ease that just leaves the man behind the stall just jaws slacked as he's collecting the coins, just watching Guinevere as she walks away. Just lifting a large basket of fish like it's laundry or something.
My God. Hope you enjoy your day off, I guess.
That was way too much coin.
She just paid maybe like somewhere around the realms of 200 to 300 gold for this fish.
Oh my god. The guy's like, I'm gonna take it on vacation.
Honey, I'm going to Vegas! I'm retiring! He does look a bit nervous. Like, he's like, oh shit, like someone could... This is get hurt for this much money type of money that I have
My
right now.
God.
What do I do with this?
Keep it under your mattress.
Keep it under your mattress. Invest in real estate.
That's in Bitcoin.
Well, she says, adjusting her grip on the basket. You coming? Let's go.
Yep.
So, you follow Guinevere as she heads out of the central market area, still remaining in the city. So, like I was telling Elevorn, we entered the city maybe about 2-3 nights ago, and have been looking for you ever since. Word of what you have done has, well, reached us. And Drim Talon, he Well, he's different. Certainly different. But well enough. And he wanted to speak with you.
How many of us are there? I mean, I could wind walk us if you'd like, or, to make travel a little quicker, or are you flying, or...
It's not that far. No, he's here in the city.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah. Staying at
In
one of the
city.
inns not too far away from here, I think. Should only be 20 minutes, maybe, at most. I don't know. The owners of the establishment seemed quite happy to accommodate us. But now that you mention just how much coin I have, maybe that's why they were excited. I thought he was just nice.
Well, some people are just nice, okay.
But people are usually nicer when you have coin.
No, then it's a good thing we brought so much.
Yes, of course. Just use it sparingly.
Alright. Well, don't intend to stay here for too long. We just wanted to find you, so after we're done meeting up, we'll probably head back home. And Guinevere, or as she informs you, she goes by in this form, Winona, leads you to the inn that they're staying. As they do, the burly barkeep / tavern owner recognizes her as she walks in along with you. Welcome back, Winona. Friends of yours? Yes, thank you. We're just going to be up in my room. We have things to talk about. No, not a problem, not a problem. If there's anything that you need, anything that I can do for you, just let me know. Thank you. I'm sure I will. And she takes the fish on past and up to the room. The barkeep's nose crinkling as he gets a whiff of the basket of fish that she's carrying. You get up to the room, and she kind of hip checks the door open, and you can see almost the entirety of the room, all of the walls, much of the floor are covered in chalk. Words, drawings, pictures, symbols. And sitting sort of central to all of it is the sort of like strawberry blonde, poofy haired little halfling man. The reincarnated ancient brass dragon Drimtalon. Because that's what the dice said. Fucking hell.
Boy, we love D&D.
He looks up to you, his eyes pupilless, just looking like molten orbs of brass. That much of his original form and self has been maintained through the reincarnation. You found them. They were here. You found them. That is good. Come in. Close the door.
Is there something wrong?
Nothing wrong. Nothing that wasn't wrong before. Nothing that can't be fixed anyway. That's what we are here for. Here to fix or to break. We're here to break so that we can fix. Well, at least if you can. Are you ready to break something?
Suppose it depends on what needs breaking.
Right.
Yes. Yes. Something was built, something was created. Something was created that broke us. And to fix us, we have to break that which was created. Even in this form, this small, meek body, it's suffocating. Am I the only one that can feel it? Wrapped around every fiber, every morsel, every ounce of my being. Strangling, suffocating. We have to break it. To fix it. He's been saying stuff like that for some time. It's... Occasionally, I can understand the things he says, but more often than not, it's the essence, the knowledge, the memories of a millennia-old being. Our leader, Dream Talon, now in a form that just can't handle it. She has a little bit of a sad look on her face. She opens up the basket and takes out one of the raw fish and starts to...
Wait,
That
this is Dreamtime.
well, yes, at the very least, what we were able to save from him.
He insists on being called a Talonbop in this form.
Bob. Okay.
I told him it was a ridiculous name. It is a name for halflings. I am a halfling. It does not... It would not do well to go around referring to me as myself. And it's easy enough to remember. There's so much more important stuff going on to try to remember an overly complicated, unnecessary name.
How do we help you then, Alan?
That's what I said. You killed one of them. Which means you're strong enough to break that which they created. A net has been formed around Draconia, around this land, and it strangles and suffocates magic.
Oh. I know what you're referring to.
Oh, yeah.
That's affecting you?
I can feel it. I can feel it. It's... Probably either... It probably has something to do with my coming back. I did not feel it as acutely before I died, but now that I have and am no longer, I feel it. And I've been thinking a lot about what it could be, about how it could be, what it does, and how to stop it, how to break it. He gets up and walks around to each of you and begins to either tug at your hand or the hem of your shirts and positioning you around the room. You all are standing in a sort of circle, the four of you and Guinevere, or Winona. Magic that stops magic. It's not anything new, but something this big, this wide, this net. It is vast. It's not coming from one place. That's too much area to cover, too much space, too much power that will dissipate as you get further and further away from the source. So you have to create multiple sources, multiple nodes for this net to tether to. Does that make sense?
Well,
So it's
Yeah.
it's not a singular thing.
Yeah.
Multiple things?
Is it no? It multiple all, but all you need is one. Here, you, and he walks up to, you, Durand. He's right now standing in the center of the circle formed by the five of you. I am magic. You are what blocks it. You are what blocks me. But you cannot move. You have to stay there. And he goes and walks around you. You see, your reach, it only goes so far. You're strongest at the center, but the further away you go, the more I can slip through. And so what you need to do, and he goes and he brings Elevorn closer to you and put your hands together. You need another one. And now I can't get through. But that's still not big enough, so you need another one. And he continues to basically link the five of you up in a circle. As you reach for Guinevere's hand, Astalos, she goes to wipe it on her own dress, but remembering what you said, kind of shrugs and grasps your hand, greasy with raw fish. So, this... Now I cannot get out. But... we only need one. The net is strong. But if you could break it at any point, at any one point, you break a net, you form a hole, and he separates two of your hands. All of the fish, all of the magic can get through. We don't need to find everything. We just need to find one.
I say.
Just need one. Do you know if any of the others... Do you know if any of the others are alive? Not the ones that have already died like me, but the others...
The other ancient metallic dragons.
Yes. Not not May Merlin, not Regalva. They were the first to die. I was the third. Ones who may yet still live. I don't know. I've not heard from them. Hovasil, Jinkatar. Are they alive? Don't need Hovasil, but Jinkatar, his area, he knows the coasts, he knows the waters. If I was to make a net, it would be in the water.
Well,
I believe he was presumed alive, right?
Yeah. But we wouldn't know for sure. If we knew maybe a bit more of a precise location, we can try to go confirm.
Don't know. He managed to escape our fate. And he fled. Him and his brood that survived. They are and have been in hiding since pretty much the beginning of the attacks. I do not know. And even before then, I was not acutely aware of where he stayed. In fact, we did not interact much at all. Our territories did not overlap. Territories, foolish. Barriers like nets should be broken. But this, you can find a way. If you can break it, then
when we were on the boat, Era and I saw, when we were sailing here, we saw lights in the distance that weren't stars. They were just, it would light up and then go out and then appear again and again, like over while we were traveling. It stayed in the same spot, but we, because we were moving it, it changed where it was to us, but not. It seems stationary.
could be one of the pillars, one of the nodes, one of the stanchions, anchors for the net, yes?
And
Don't know how many there are, how many would be needed. Certainly a large number, but we only need one.
well, do you have a way to contact each other, like in the event of emergencies, or?
Once, maybe.
Or
Not,
if you have
not
something that
anymore.
belonged to him.
All of that
Or her.
gone, buried below me, below where I was, below where you found me. Far, 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 far below. One of you speaks up. Where you fought the giant vulture and uncovered Jim Talon's body. That was the site of his lair. He collapsed it during the attacks so that the secrets, treasures, artifacts that he held would not fall into the hands of the children. We have been slowly working to uncovering it, to forging new tunnels, pathways to it, is to not draw too much attention, but to still regain access to it. But that is still some time away from being completed.
Oh, also we did test it. We tried to go back to the other side before the pillar and use magic, and it worked to contact the Arlesian Empire, and then on the other side it didn't work, so
So that is your net, that is the net. That is where you have to make the hole.
well, we know where that is. I don't know where to find another great dragon such as yourself.
Maybe it's not needed, but it would help. And, well, I do worry after Jin Qatar and his fate. Wonder if he's still alive, safe, hiding. But breaking the net, that is important. That is priority. If we can free the magic, then if I feel this as greatly as I do, certainly to a lesser extent, but still, certainly, they have to be feeling it as well, suffocating, strangling. See, yes, I am different now, but as I was, beings of magic elements, certainly different than just flesh and blood. This barrier, this net, does more than just stop you from talking with people far away. It's weakening.
What is it weakening?
Me? Us? It is probably why they put it up before attacking. Probably why the net came first and the ambushes came later. No one else could have done it. Had to be the children of the scourge. Had to be them. No one else could make that. No one else could put it up so quickly. So, well, And he goes and starts to scatter drawings on the ground with chalk, muttering to himself in a mix of common and Draconian.
What are you drawing?
He's muttering about that. You can see a vague shape of the multiple islands that make up Draconia, actually done in fairly good detail for his utensil of choice and the amount of time that and how quickly he's doing it. He scatters random dots around, indicating these nodes that he's hypothesizing. If the net won't work without all of them, if it only takes one to break it, then maybe it only took one to start it. They could have been working on this for years, centuries, and they just needed to finish the last one before its effects came to light. If you know where one is, do you think you could break it? I don't know. Don't know what it will look like, what it will feel like. Not sure what form it is in. Don't even know how to break it. Just know that it must be broken.
Well, I'm pretty clumsy and break things a lot of the time, but I'm not sure of the scale, but I'm sure we could figure something out. I mean, unless you guys are in favor of leaving all the communication and magic all muffled and stuck here.
I would think that definitely we should break it, although I'm not too sure what it is exactly, but I understand the gist.
It's there somewhere, like you said, not moving, stationary, in space physical, but it also is energy. It is magical. You should be ready to break it in both ways. Just in case one is not enough.
How do you break something magical with magic?
Yes. Yes, just as their magic is breaking our magic, constraining it, breaking it, you can break theirs with it as well. Yes.
Well, they have lots of magic. I nod towards Astalos and Era.
And so do they. Pointing around, and you can see the scattered random sketches and drawings of various dragons, the features of them showing that they are of chromatic descent. So make sure you bring enough to break an ancient dragon's magic. Do they have that much?
Um, depends on the magic you mean exactly. Magic to... We had enough magic for Bilgren. Would that be sufficient, or do we need something special?
Dragons. Beast. Terrifying. Powerful. Cunning. Beast, but like a smart bear or shark. She was a hunter, not a schemer, not a deviser. A brute. The most brutal of brutes. But a brute nonetheless. Should you need to break this thing physically, then, and that feat of defeating Brilgurn would certainly come into effect. This isn't so much as a matter of force. If you do not think that you have the capability magically, then you will need Orvasil or Jinkatar. I wish I could, but I am restricted to the capabilities of this form. He sits down on the ground between you and just starts to rub his temples.
Era, do you have a way to break the magical, but magics? A magical means of disabling something.
Couple of ways by force. We
And
could dispel possibly the magic as well. I don't think I quite understand the magnitude that it's not an item, is it? Or
It would be a magically infused something. Something both physical and magical. Yes. You said you saw something. You said you crossed something. You saw the physical, you crossed the magical. One or both needs to be destroyed. Maybe both. But maybe one. But you should prepare for both. Rhinona, my tea, please. Yes, of course. She goes and retrieves a kettle nearby and pours a cup, mixing in some powder that from a small pouch nearby. Jim Talon has been what?
we still don't know like exactly where, right? No place to properly pinpoint, like a general idea.
I guess a general idea of where one of those.
Like, would it be back at
dragons if one of those, are you talking about a node? Because you were just saying that you had
the
Elephant was
node,
just
not
saying that you
yeah.
had passed by a node while you were at sea, and you had seen something that seemed suspicious.
So that would be
there.
the closest one that we would know about. And
That would be the only one that you would know about.
bueno. So I guess maybe we should inform an admiral after all. Okay, so.
He takes the cup from Guinevere and begins to sip at it. That is all I had to say to you.
And that's fine. We could take it from here.
Oh, if we are to find Sorry. What was his name again? Or her name? Jinkatari? Taro?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way that we could entreat them to help us? Or, let them... Like, is there anything that you could do to help us?
Right now, the others that we found or that had returned to me are working on connecting a tunnel from our new home to my old lair. Inside there are all of the means that I would have to reach out to Jinkatal in a way that he would be confident only I could. It might take some time.
Well, is that where we start? Do I help you do that then? Is that where we begin this? Because if we need ancient dragon's magic to break it, if you're saying that's the level required, I mean, I don't doubt Air is powerful. I mean, she's very powerful, and so is Astalos, but
I feel it would be more beneficial for you to already be in place. The sooner this is done, the better. We can dig. We can dig.
it will take time to get there. I mean, I think Yavelda marked it on the map, or
Time
the
to
chart.
get there. Time to find it. Time to see what it is. And maybe you don't need the extent of which I hypothesized you need. Maybe it's just something to break physically. Maybe it is well within your means to undo.
Ah, if we take the Nimue, maybe the Academy will come with us too, Era.
With the combined force of the Academy.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. I think that would be a good idea.
And
Where did you come from? Where did you come in?
well, we were... Drillheim is where we were headed.
Yeah, I do not believe that is where Jinkitar would have been. Around there. That is north east. Jinkitar would be more on the northern coast. So definitely closer to there than here, but it would be out of the way either way were you to go to him and then Drillheim or vice versa. You can see that the tea and whatever medicines that had been mixed in with it seems to help his focus a bit. It might be too late for the alleviating of the restraint on the other ancient metallics to truly hold that much of a difference in the fighting to come. The children of the Scourge did their damage and continue to do so. But opening up Draconia once again to the rest of the world, that could sway things greatly. So I'm sure I need not tell you.
Well, with a bit more understanding on these devices that are inhibiting the magic, apparently the metallic dragons of the land, and a bit of direction, we should be able to destroy these devices.
I would also if it were my net, I would be acutely aware of its weaknesses, single point failure. And so I would make sure to protect every single point.
We will have to
Oh,
go through
good.
whatever defenses they have. By any means.
Just
If
be ready
anything,
to face
that'll
them.
give away its location easier.
That is... That is an interesting way to look at it. Though you're not wrong. When we return to my lair, I will make sure that you know. And I will reach out to Jinkitar if you've not found him by then. And if he still lives.
If you can remain in the city a little longer, maybe we could get the coordinates of that place. So you could, tell Jin Qatar to come if you haven't heard from us. Or to go there, if we're unsuccessful.
Okay. I don't see why we could not stay for a day or two longer. Right, Guinevere? Guinevere nods, sucking her teeth of fish bits. Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. We can stay here. Yeah, yes, absolutely we can.
I just have to, we have to meet with some people and get things underway, but also the coordinates to you, so that way, if you can get a hold of Jin Qatar, then
Jim Talon nods. Guinevere seems a little bit giddy at the prospect of being able to stay in the city with fish for a little bit longer. The rocky wasteland doesn't exactly have vast bodies of water for fishing.
well, we might have to do something about that.
Gonna fucking terraform their territory.
Not all of it. Where it might make sense. There's that nice place with the trees,
Okay. Well, then I will stay here. Await your return. He stands up and climbs up into the bed and basically just drops back, seemingly exhausted.
Thank you.
You look and you can see his chest rise and fall rhythmically. It seems he's asleep. Like out like that. Whenever your sighs. It's gotten better, certainly, since his original coming back, but it's still very difficult. He's constantly plagued by migraines and, well, this sort of constant anxiety that he's going to lose or forget something. Since you left, he's filled journal, book after book, any paper that we could bring back with all of the thoughts, memories, knowledge that he had held, lest they escape. His body, mind, new mind of his, simply not suitable.
Yours could be, though, eventually. I mean, if you learn what you can.
I mean, for... yes, it... yeah, well... I know that he's not going to be around forever, obviously. Yes. And he still has much to teach, even as he is now. So much more than I could even comprehend.
But you'll get there.
It's not me that I'm worried about.
Then what are you worried about?
I worry for him.
Well, I understand, and that's why, you need to learn what you can from him.
I suppose.
Do you think destroying these magical barriers might help him?
It seems to distress him greatly, at least. I'm not sure how much of his current condition is as a result of that, or just a matter of trying to fit experiences and knowledge and thoughts much too large into a much smaller container. It absolutely couldn't hurt.
Oh, I have something that could help.
Hmm?
But it will take time, but it may ease his burden and also help you.
What is this?
So I'm gonna take out my memory crystal from the Feywild, and I'm going to. I think I have the memory of Duran's town in it, so I'm just going to take the memory out of it and give it to her empty. Be like, if there's anything important, just have him focus on it, and then you'll take it and you'll focus on it, and then the memory will be in your mind, and then you give it back to him, and you do this over and over. It will leave his mind. He won't remember it, but you'll have the memory.
Okay. She looks down at it, like with a sort of reverence, and as you explain the how it works, what it does, just the possibilities,
So
the
you don't
potential.
want to take anything essential from him. Don't take anything too important, but start with the little things that he worries about forgetting. Start that way.
She nods, looks over to the sleeping halfling on the bed, and then back to the crystal, back to you.
So
She,
he won't even. I'm sorry, it lagged for a second.
what'd you say? So he won't even what?
So he won't really remember that he doesn't remember. He won't realize that he has lost these things. So maybe it won't be distressing.
Her hand, the fingers curling around the memory crystal. Thank you.
Oh, and if there are bad memories, it might hurt you a little to take them in, but you probably would be okay.
She nods, processing, understanding. She places the memory crystal on the table besides the tea and medicine. Well, when you find what you are looking for, we will be here, at least for the next couple of days, or until you return.
Hopefully it won't take too long, but I mean, it shouldn't, right? I say, turning to everybody.
Hopefully not.
Alright, well, then I look forward to you getting back. And thank you for coming and hearing him out. It was important, very important to him, the moment that he pieced all of this together. Speaking of, and I should probably get this cleaned up before one of the staff has a fit. And she goes over, you can see there's a bucket of water with a rag in it near the corner. She takes one of these salted fish out of the barrel on her of the basket on her way over, and fish in one hand, wet rag in the other, starts to clean off the walls and floor of chalk as she munches on the fish. She looks back to all of you. I already asked Elephorn this, and she said she hadn't, but have you guys had fish before?
Many a time.
I'm cleaning my hand with prestidigitation.
It's so good.
Maybe when this is over, or, better at least, I could come and make a pond for you, and then you could have people come stock it with fish.
But I want to eat the fish.
Oh, yes, that's why they would have to restock it for you.
So I would take the fish and dump them into the water.
Oh, they have to be live fish. And, they'll make more fish. If you have enough fish,
Don't think I've seen a live fish before.
We can probably take you fishing. It requires you to be a bit patient and in one place for a bit of time, which, at least
Shouldn't be a
judging
problem.
by a bit earlier, it seemed like you were In a rush, but understandably so.
I finally found what I was looking for, and I also had fish.
Well, makes sense.
But, I think I would like that, both of your offers. But that is for another time, with much less dire goings-ons.
Yeah, of course.
Or at least once we deal with this.
Astalos, you haven't met Nimue. We should do that.
Nimue?
Yeah, my boat, my tree boat. But it's not mine. It's just a friend.
Your tree boat? Okay. Sure.
You guys bid farewell to Winevere and head out as Elavorn talks Astalos' ear off about her tree boat. You gotta see it to really appreciate it, you know? You kind of had to be there.
I see.
Which I guess you will be shortly, I suppose.
Oh, yeah?
I mean,
Why
I
not a
guess
boat?
if that's where you guys are, yeah. If it seems like that's where you guys are headed. I don't know. So, you guys head out, ready to seek out the other members of the Empire, specifically be the captain, someone that could get you in contact with Yavelda, the navigator from your voyage, who had taken down the coordinates and charted the location under the stars of where Elavorn, you and Era had seen those strange lights that seemed to indicate the border of where this magical net was located. And we'll do all of that next time.
Oh, man.
As well as probably some other things.
Huh?
Alright. Well, thanks for playing. Thanks for watching.
Hell yeah.
And adios. Okay, you can turn off the stream.